Okay, should be working. I think everything's working. Yeah, everything looks like it's working. Cool. So, time for part 2 of the stream. So, what I got done last time was the schematic. And so this time, it's gonna drive me nuts if I keep seeing the preview on my other screen. Okay, there we go. Now I don't have to see the preview at the corner of my eye of the video, because it always has a slight lag to it. But you have power selection and your input from the IDC cable for your I2C connection. You have your 8-port RJ45 for all your sensors, along with PTC fuses. And I've saved these parts for reference once I get the parts in the mail from DigiKey, which I'm predicting to get them in a couple days. Then I will be able to test this P-channel MOSFET and ensure that the schematic I have in mind will actually work for it. And then you have the MCP chips with its pull-ups on its data line, your I/O lines. You have dip switches for setting the address for the MCP, as well as a physical disconnect for the reset line if you're having issues with it. And then you have all of the LM339s that can do detection for your security sensors. So, now I have to turn it into a PCB. Let's give myself some music. And hello, Aaron. You're the first one in. Cool. What? PCB. Update PCB from schematic. Yes, I went to the food market both today and yesterday. Yesterday I had a buffalo chicken mac and cheese. It was okay. The buffalo sauce was decent on the chicken, but overall it lacked good flavor. It was just a really basic mac and cheese. And then today I had a jerk chicken poutine. I had it from a different vendor last year, and I liked that vendor a lot more. They had an aioli sauce on it as well that was really good. But this year, the vendor I had it at, I thought it was a fair bit expensive for what it was. And it was a fairly generic poutine with jerk chicken on it, and I found the gravy was overpowering the jerk chicken. It was still good, but for the price, it's kind of meh. Nice to have something different though than trying to order food locally from local restaurants. Just one thing I like with a food truck is you can have some variety. Well, let's annotate our schematic Update PCB. Close. Hopefully this is right. Looks right. Tis true. Yeah. Can I turn off? What layer are these lines on? Would be nice to know. No Eagle puts them on a separate layer so that you don't have to look at them when trying to, because when I try to move parts I hate looking at all the lines all the time. No. Time for Google. Objects, nets, net display options. So you can see all the nets. Can I turn them? So it turns them on and off one at a time. Let's net display none. Well, that works, but it just hid all the parts. Yeah, you guys have a heat wave going. Although we're having a bit of it too, but it looks like we're gonna get some rain, which is at least nice. Not that it's really gonna offset it, but we've been dying for some rain. Oh, okay, that works. There we go. Now I can see the parts. Cool. I can see all the parts that I need. Now the fun part is I need to match to match the layout of rack 32. So, just like that. No, I have not done the MOSFET yet. I'm waiting for parts from DigiKey. Those are currently predicted to arrive from FedEx by Tuesday, which is 2 days from today. That didn't copy. So for now I can work on general layout and getting parts in place. So this is the setup from the rack 32, but I've only selected 2 of the 4 ports. What I need is to design it so that 8 ports fits over 8 ports fits over 8 ports, so that you don't have to make more than one board to have the number of ports you need. You just buy an 8 port and you buy as many 8 ports as ports you need, if that makes any sense. It almost feels like a tongue twister. So looks like pretty darn close to fitting in the same space. Probably as close as I'm gonna get it. And not having this on the grid really sucks. You know what? Let's try moving this to match the grid. See, that's sitting in between on the grid. See, that's not snapping to the grid. It's gonna drive me nuts trying to place posts and I can't place them where I want them. See, in an eagle, if you wanted to move it, you would hit control before you clicked the part you wanted to move, and it would snap it to the grid. Preferences. Mouse. So I'm gonna warp cursor on move. Warp mouse to origin of moved object. So it can't be that one. Preferences, PCB editor, display options, and change snap to grid to never. Snap to grid, never. Yeah, see. Oh, there we go. That snapped it to the grid. Wow, a terrible view though. Should be able to view that without the lines. Would be nice. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Now that's snapped to the grid. Is it? I think so. Yeah, it is. Looking at the numbers at the bottom of my screen, because right now I have the grid set to 0.1 of a millimeter, which is a really tight grid. Let's rotate. Should be in the right position. Now, the through hole. Weird. It says there's two different parts here, but they're essentially linked to each other. So, ideally, I'd have a line going straight through the middle of that. .95 by 119. Make a note of those coordinates. Hopefully, I'll be able to do PCB. So this is a dimensional line for the edge of the PCB. It should. Now I'm probably going to have to increase the depth of this PCB, but I am going to keep these holes in place so that if you try to use the security module with potential future vision of an LSC module, you would still have the holes to line up. Now properties. Start point should be 95. 95. And that should be the middle of that. Let's check. That is right. Yeah, so that's the middle. The only difference is we need height. Let's set that at 75 millimeters. Well, the max that I would want is 100. Nope. I know why those numbers are off. Because I need to reset the origin. So let's figure out where I can move my origin 0, 0 to. Properties 25. That should be the middle of that one. Someone's messaging me. I guess my live stream can be a bit of a sidetrack if you have projects on the go. The only thing I dislike with these holes is they're so close to that edge. Because that's 0.1, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just over half a millimeter. That's a really tight edge. And if you're gonna have to do a revision to the next LSC, it's something you could change anyways. Yeah. So it's a 3.2 millimeter hole. So, which is an M3 bolt. Right. I'm gonna set an origin. Where's that? That is at 25. 27. Good properties. Good origin. Now, does that change the relation of these parts, or is it just gonna be annoyingly difficult? And it doesn't. So what's the point of changing the grid origin? Really? Come on. Let's Google this. Oh, so grid origin doesn't affect the coordinate system in any way. Well, that's annoying. And pretty much useless then. It's just where it starts the grid. So if you're changing the distance on the grid. So, useless, because I'm already snapping parts to the grid. Hello, Ben. Welcome back. Hopefully you're managing to stay cool. If I'm not mistaken, you're stuck in a heat zone. Nope. So where's 0, 0 then? So that's 0. Oh, 0, 0 is up in this top corner. See, that's really annoying. That really is annoying. Like, so the PCB will never match 0, 0. Which also means, like, does it tell you how long the line is? Like, at least in Eagle, if I'm setting start point and end point, it would at least tell me the length of the line. Because I need the maximum I would want this as 100 by 100 millimeters. A lot harder to do when I now have no potential way of referencing it. Yes, I am. So the reason for this one is I had initially started by copying over the PCB size, so that's why it's all the way out here. The PCB size and the holes and 2 ports from the 32 port LSC, I'd copied them over so that I can place this one here, which is my port layout, because it's slightly different than the symbol used for John's ports, and then start working out where I want my PCB lines to be, and I'm putting them right through the bolt holes so that way I can design mine to be modular. Which actually I wouldn't want it directly in the center because tolerances wise. So technically I should be moving this over 74.2 should be enough. Alright. There. And that way, and then this one gets moved over as well. Oh. 25.2. That way you have tolerance so that two 8 ports can sit right next to each other, side by side, but use the same amount of space that you would have in the existing port design. The reason for the spacing on the existing port design is that you only have so much space overall in a rack. So if you try to use 4 of the current 8-port LSCs in a rack, I'm fairly certain you'd run out of space. They're too wide. And they won't use the same cutouts between two 8-ports versus using one 16-port. So if you had a custom case cut for two 8-ports, but then decided you just wanted to switch it for a 16-port, it won't fit. You'd have to get it re-laser cut or remade completely. So it'd be nice to design it modular, because it means down the line, if the system becomes popular, we can order custom cases and only have to really stock one case, and we can design it as a cutout so the holes are already there and you just knock them out with like a hammer or whatever, and then you'd be able to use it. But I think the easiest way, there's a measuring tool, isn't there? There is indeed. Yeah, the current cases, you are using rib nuts to mount the PCBs. I didn't realize this LSC was so small. That's great. And so I'll be able to 25.2. Well, I'm gonna have lots of space fitting these parts, because the LSC, I know, manages to only use 2 layers. Which I'm hoping to do here, especially if I can keep it with 100 by 100. No, these are M3. And that is 100 millimeters. Let's hope this works. Properties. That doesn't make sense. 26.8. Calculator. So 26.8 plus. Oh, sorry. Plus 100. It's 26.8. So I'm off by 0.2, I think. Yeah, yeah. That's why. So 27, and there should be 127. Yep. Nope. LSC uses M3 bolts to mount the circuit board to your case. M6 and M5 are common for rack cases to mount to a rack. The cage nuts you normally use are either M5 or M6, or I think there's a metric one, an imperial version as well, like 1032 or something. 1032 seems small, but I have seen them. They are an imperial version of cage nuts. Let's fix this. Properties. So. Now, so 25.3 by 27. That's gonna be 27, and it's gonna be a lot less in the end, but no, 25.2 is what it should be. And putting it on a number that I can very easily work with as an origin to base my math. This is definitely a feature I would want long term, is to be able to change that 0, 0 position. There we go. So this should be 120 down here. Yep. So that edge is 100 millimeters. And then the end point is 89.6. Why does that seem like more than it should be? Nope, that's right. Okay. Yes, I did end up using dip switches for the I2C address selection. There will be port power switching, but I'm waiting on ports to come so that I can run a test with some MOSFETs and make sure that I can actually make it work. If I can, then I'll be switching it with dip switches. Just makes manufacturing easier than trying to put in a whole bunch of THT soldering. Yes, thank you. It's not like the reason I hadn't initially thought of it was because I know of the current requirements, which is why it's not so easy to just swap it in. And yes, as we've found out, it adds, I think, like $1 to your parts cost. But in terms of not sitting there hand soldering a bunch of pieces, and then by not having to hand solder a bunch of pieces, it's better. Yeah. I don't know how else to put it, but it is better. 300. Endpoint should be 89.6. And that also means I can get rid of this. Alright. There's my general layout. Now, because I will potentially use more space, I will probably put extra of the mount points in. The reason for these ones staying in their position is that if the LSC gets modified to match this modular design, its existing holes are in this position. So you would if you're gonna mix and match between a security module and an LSC module in the same case. It's a lot easier to do that when the mount holes match. Gotta have some pre-planning. Which also means that I'm probably going to match the position of the IDC connections so that you're not having a small board right next to it right here and then trying to jump the cable over to here. It's just gonna have a lot of flex and weirdness, so it's easier if I can match it. What's gonna be the easiest way to align these? Let's copy it over. I'm not going to be able to align it in terms of where it sits between these mount points, but I can get the horizontal correct. Yeah, so I'm copying over from the LSC design right now, so that what I can do is figure out where this sits. So I think the origin on this one is different. No, I think it's... Let's try moving it. Okay. So I have to figure out how these fit. It's slightly off. It's not wanting to sit nicely. I don't think it's sitting on the grid. This one? No. Which one isn't matching the grid nicely? That's on the grid. Okay, properties. Ah, that, I knew something wasn't lined up. There. Let's hope now I can move it properly. No. Yes, it does. I'm just positioning it right now to figure out how it's supposed to fit. Because I want the up-down height correct. Because the way this, I'll show you here. So on the LSC, it fits in between these two mount holes. But because I'm moving the edge of the board in between the mount holes, it would cut through right where it's sitting. So instead, I have to move it back more so that it's actually on the PCB. But I need to know where it's going back. And that's what I'm doing here. So I copied over the holes and that connector, and I'm placing mine on top of it. And then now that I have it on top, I can go into properties and see where it's fitting on its XY coordinates. Ooh, Shift M. What? That's cool. No, it's fine to ask. I don't mind. That's the whole part of the whole reason for doing the live streaming, is to give like the thought process behind why I'm setting something up the way I'm setting it up. I have, unlike the LSC design where the connector hangs off the edge slightly, I have to move it back because you need to be able to fit two boards next to each other. Yeah, it probably does need to move fractional millimeters. Right. Properties. 83.5. That's where it needs to sit. Wow. I'm gonna move it in more. Nope, that's the hole. Mm, 24.5. It should be enough. But that can be deleted now. And this one gets rotated. Oh, it's zero origin isn't zero to the part. Oh, this is annoying. Why do people design parts without using the center of the part as the center? Nope, other way. There we go. I know, right? It's so annoying. Like, why? Nope. To move that, yeah, that's a fractional. That's annoying. Zero 5. Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. The trick now, so it's 88.6. And then the other dimension is, I think I made it Nope. How do I keep selecting the wrong one? There we go. Now the trick is figuring out how far away to make it. Properties 50.2. It doesn't make any sense. Nope. It's saying its coordinates are linked to here. Oh, okay. 24.5. And my origin is at 20. So it's off by 4.5. So, figure out where this line is. Properties. No. So 89.6. 89.6 minus 4.5 equals 85.1. So the position of this is 88.6 by 85.1. Nope. That moved to the wrong one. I wanted this one. No. 88.6 by 85.1. Ta-da! The only other thing that make this better is 0, 0 is all the way out here. I'd love that to be 0, 0 on these coordinates. That's my only big gripe at this moment. Now, ooh, what an interesting way to draw an oak. Okay, gotta figure out where center is then. That didn't work. Oak. Okay. what layer does this go? Edge cuts, okay. I'm definitely gonna have to move these, because if the LSC gets a revision, it puts the edge of the board way too close to these to do a nice chamfer on it, or radius I should say, and I hate leaving a board with 90 degrees edges on it. Let's see. Actually, it doesn't. I must have moved the edge. Okay, never mind. It's got more than enough of an edge. Properties. Let's move that in millimeters. Radius, 3 millimeter radius. Okay, no, it's fine. It can stay right where it wants. Yeah. We don't want no pointed corners. No, sorry. So let's change this to a milled edge. And I'll definitely be adding an extra set of holes at the top of the board. But for now, I will just worry about these cutouts, because these are a definitive design choice, and always try to save PCB space if I can. So we'll place parts, and then once I have parts placed, I can figure out how tall this board needs to be. The worst is boards that still try to use like M2, but then they give 0 space for the head of the bolt. Like, I can't actually fit a bolt in it, so what was the point of putting the mounting hole? Unless you use an absurdly large bolt to get above all the parts that are on it. And then it's still just as weird of a solution, so to speak. If you even call it a solution. Oh, here, let's just change it up here to edge cuts. Ooh, that's way too large of a line. What size is this line? 0.5 millimeters. Edit predefined sizes. and width is 0.05. Okay. Line. Nope. That's going with a thick line. Why? Yeah, it's going double the thickness. Weird. I guess I'll just be editing it after. Okay. Actually, let's leave that one out because I'm gonna add the edge to it. Nope, too far. So that's 1 millimeter. 2 millimeters. Nope, no. Let's leave that line for a minute. Two millimeter. Oh, nope. I may have made the same mistake on this end. Yep, I did. I'm off. But that one's a little easier to fix. Nope, that didn't work. I did it. That doesn't look right. $13.6. I think that's right. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, so, and there'll be 2 extra mounting holes somewhere along here. Maybe even one in the middle. Probably couldn't hurt. Wow, really all your flex is at the front from unplugging and plugging things in. So maybe one here, but let's go back and see if I can turn off this rat's nest. Ah, there we go. That works. Much better. I should really check that these are the right size for the ones that I normally use. No, it's not. It's much larger. Yeah, that's that would have been a bit of a problem, eh, Scott? Oh yeah. I need to go and update all those. Properties. RN2. Okay. Let's try R1. Edit footprint. I'm betting it's this one. And then tools, update, schematic, update, close. So RN1. It's still a fair bit bigger. Like, look at those pads. Oh my goodness. That'll make it easier to fix it, and I should end up with less solder blobs, but wow, this is some bigger pads. Cool. So I just have to go back and do that for all of them. Wow, look at the pads on that chip. Wow. Way bigger than it needs to be. But, edit footprint. Maybe I did. I don't think I did. Ew. Wow. Come on now. I did it on this one too. Goodness gracious. Can we not? There we go. No, 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 no. No. Screw it. I'm deleting it. I'll redraw it. Yeah, did the same thing down there. There we go. Let's find out. No, it doesn't look like I'm selecting the hand solder ones. It's just the regular resistor array. Let's see. It does have these ones. So 603? No, those are the regular resistors, not the resistor arrays. Yeah. I guess the default arrays compared to what I've been using in Eagle, which I don't even think the resistor array I have is from Eagle's own thing. I think it was one that I imported. And no, not there, none there. Rest of them are going to be down here. Nope. Why can't I just hit enter twice to go and select it okay after, really? That's terrible workflow. Oh, I can hit the down arrow and that works. Yeah, definitely going to make myself a macro keyboard so that a lot of those things I don't have to keep hitting multiple keys. Oh, I want to change the footprint of this. I select it, hit one key, it can do the so like it can do F for me, brings up the menu, hit so I can make it do F and then how do I tab, enter, brings up that, then I can select what I want, select it, enter, down, enter. I can do it all in like single button presses. I could combine a lot of that, which would be nice. Should be done. Let's go in here. F8, I think it is. Yep. Update. Arrows. Fed 7658. What? RN 17. Oh, I selected the wrong one. Let's try that again. There we go. Update PCB. Close. Oh. Still have a few resistor arrays that are the wrong size. RN4, RN8, RN7 and 3? Oh, I know exactly which ones those are. These are these ones. There we go. Now those are all the right size. But you can really see here, like, even with 0603 ports, the comparison of swapping them out for a resistor array saves a fair bit of PCB space. Plus, you're not having to place numerous parts by hand. Now, this always assumes that you can run the traces nicely if you're trying to use a resistor array. Save that so we don't lose our place. Let's do so. Power input. Separate these parts into groups. Nope. And this is where multiple screens comes in handy. Although granted, I'm just going to do a split screen view here. And what I'm interested in is part numbers. Can I close this? Ooh, that's handy. Just lighting things up on the schematic view. You know, that'd be very handy if you're doing, I've seen other programs that do this for when you're doing board repair, because you can select the part and you can see where it is on a PCB. Which helps you isolate a part when you're trying to repair something. Okay, switch 1, switch, nope, switch 2, and I see that people have the terrible habit of placing labels right on top of your origin, as they do in Eagle. Nice to know some things don't change between designers. D1, D2, and where's RN1? Resistor network 1. Because I'm having trouble. Click that, and voila. Oh. F changes the layer it sits on. Yeah, I could see myself potentially having to move IC chips to the bottom of the board. Typically using 5mm standoffs, so, and these particular chips are Yes, yes, it could. It could, I just don't want to at the moment. Mostly because I'm trying to show the workflow. How to do on a live stream. Unless you... Could you fire up more than one live stream? You'd probably have to have more than one account to do that, wouldn't you? One account is live streaming one screen. Figure out which screen you want to watch the most. Exactly. I'm gonna live stream, but I'm gonna live stream my multi-monitor setup. Hope you have 5 monitors. So this one here. A is total height. 1.7 millimeters? It's plenty of space. I can fit it on the bottom side without it interfering with the rack case. Okay, good to know. But it'd be so small. You'd have to watch it on like a projector for it to make any sense. On this one? Wait, now or... It doesn't look too bad on my end. At 720. Yeah. HD is fine. It'd be terrible if you're trying to stream all the videos at once. Yeah. Fair enough. So, 1.7 millimeter is the height of the 339 comparator chip, which is what I'm just double checking. So I can indeed do double-sided design, which I'm probably going to have to, because even in these fairly small format, you gotta fit 8 of them on this board, and ideally I would be able to keep everything in a 2-layer design is what I'm hoping that I can achieve. That's that. Oh, right. I got one. No. Move. That's the command I was looking for. And then... Three, 5, 6, 7. Nope, 9 goes with that one. So 3. Here's the number 6. 4, 6, 8, 10. So number 4. There it is. And then yeah, I can put the comparators on the bottom, and then if that power switching works, I can put the MOSFETs and the dip switches on the top with a nice silk screen. So dip switch and Q1. And R1 and R2. And then still need for here. Oh. Need C1. And C3. And then here. One, 2. And then that's everything for the MCP chips. So now the fun task is all of the LM chips. One. Four. 5. No, 5. 6. 7. 8, 9, 10. Definitely one of more the tedious tasks of setting things up. Just trying to sort out the groups of posts. And then what I'll end up doing is figuring out a good layout that I can do with these and run the traces where they need to go. Once I have that layout decided, I mute for all of them. Be nice if these 4.7K and 12K resistors could be swapped out for arrays. I have a feeling the traces would get complicated really quickly. rest is all the PTCs for over here. It chose a terrible naming convention. I'm gonna have to change the names on these. Let's see here. I think that's how it names everything. Yeah, okay. Now the PTCs can match the port numbers. best way to run this is going to be this, I think. And what? Wow. How do you toggle the visibility layer? Oh. There's gotta be a shortcut for that. Wait, it isn't? What? How do you not already have that? Oh, it was pitched 4 months ago. It might be in the new stuff, but I'm still using the initial 6.0. No, I'm not trying to hide the layer. I'm trying to remove the text. I don't want the text being part of my production run. It seems like the only way to do it is to toggle visibility. But it looks like they've changed it in newer versions of the 6. That I can hit the delete key, but I'm not running the most current version. So, just turn them off. There we go. It's on the FFab layer, so I don't even think it shows up in production, but it's in my way, and it's annoying the hell out of me. Now this one, yeah, no, it's on the same layer. Why are we tripling text layers? Because this is silkscreen, yeah. Well, that doesn't need to be there either. Oh, this one I can actually delete. Oh no, can I? I think I can. Haha, that one it actually lets me delete. That's nice. Yeah. See, this text it lets me delete. It's the large text that it didn't. The value. The value is the one it wouldn't let me delete. But why are you putting the name on 2 different layers? Just seems weird. And the fact that you have it written right over top of your origin point, which makes it hard to select said origin point. And then the origin isn't even snapping to the grid. Seriously? There we go. Now it did. Oh, moved to... Yeah, I know, if I'm not mistaken, from the prior exports I've done for Gerbers, it doesn't use FFab, so it wouldn't really matter. So I guess I could turn it off, but considering I open source my designs and someone else might go mucking about, I'm gonna keep it turned off and delete it so that things are the way I think they should be. Should someone decide to go in and do stuff, don't have to worry about things being exported and sent to a fab house and then hearing, why is this text here? Now, yes, that is what I have read in some posts. I mostly chit-chat from time to time simply to explain why I'm doing something and whatnot. I can mostly see that it says sometimes how many viewers are watching. It's not the most accurate from time to time, especially when it's 1 or 2 people. Hello, Ben. Starting working on the PCB. And it's modular, Ben. So you can just buy one 8-port and stick them right next to each other. And I've already accounted for tolerances, so the normally this edge would be like 0.2 millimeters this way, but to make sure they actually fit next to each other, I've designed tolerance to them. I should be able to make a bill of materials in a couple days or so. There's still a few things I have coming so that I can test. And Johnny comes into the chat. Hello, Johnny. What streams are keeping you busy today, Johnny? Let's see here. So this is telling it to go to the wrong port, which means I probably need to resync. Okay, there we go. I need to move these around again. Honestly, Kicad's going pretty good, I think. I definitely want a macro keypad to make things easier. But overall, it's not bad. New desk is treating me well. It'll be nice once I get more things in place, especially lighting. Still using some of my old lights, and one, it sucks doing things manually. Two, can't really position them that well. And yeah, it'll be nice when I get the extra monitors in place. But once I start using it more and getting a workflow, it'll be nice. Just too much work to do and so many fiddly things and parts to buy, and it doesn't end. There'll be lots of things to do. No worries. You've been waiting for this module for a long time. So these PTC thermistors are essentially fuses. They're not actually thermistors. The part number, if you actually look it up on LCSC, is actually for a PTC fuse. Just it's what Kicad has baked in, and I haven't changed the name of it. Yeah. Never hurts to have good documentation, hence adding part numbers to these things. Also helps me go find them later. Which one was I looking at again? Yeah, these ones are good for 150 milliamps, which should be more than enough to run whatever sensor you're wanting to run. So connect to there, and then second fuse. Ooh, that's handy. They're right next to each other. And then this one comes down and up, through and up, down, up. The hard part is these wires. There, and then I think I can wrap that around. Let's find out. Haven't fully decided yet. I have parts coming in a few days, and once I have those parts and can run a real-world test, I will decide from there how to do it. Hoping that I'll be able to do it with those MOSFETs and the dip switches. I think it will make for a nice, easy way of doing it, and it saves some time on soldering and assembly. Correct. Well, the dip switch controls the MOSFET, which cuts off the power, essentially. So if you're just using reed switches, then you got no 12 volts running on the wire, and you don't have to worry about things shorting. Or, granted, if it shorts, it's just this thing's gonna get toasty. But you really don't want that long term if you don't need it. What size is it doing these wires? Track width 0.25 millimeters. Yeah, let's make that in mils. Ooh, yeah, that's a small one. What I need though, not that type of track. Ideally. Yeah, it does if you change the sensor. There's really no way around it. Because even if you use manual pin headers, like Frank was thinking, you're still stuck opening the case to change it. And if you try to make it digital with an MCP, then you lose out on the number of ports you can use. But I agree with Frank. Leaving 12 volts there if you don't need it seems silly-ish. And I'll probably add the same circuit to the LSC redesign along with this modular cutout design. There's gotta be a way to do this track on an angle. Wonder if Scott's still looking. Potentially. Yeah, if you made it on a cable. Is there no way to force a track to not do its normal thing of going on 45 degrees? So want to track from here to here, but it does that weird crappy thing. It just needs to be a straight track. Try that. No. Sounds good, Ben. I'll be here. I've done it before. I swear I've done it before. Oh, free angle mode. That's what I want. Haha, there we go. That's what I was looking for. I just need to increase my size. 24, and then 32, 16, 12, 48, 60, 70, 100. There we go. That's what I want. Actually, I'm gonna leave that to the bottom side, and the ground can use the top side better-ish, I think. I'll have to find out later. To provide redundancy, I've given you 2 wires within the cable as your option for your sensor signal. So if one pair of strands for whatever reason isn't working, you have another option. Whether you kinked the cable on install, or maybe you have a mouse running around. Wish you could keep the interactive router menu open, or have it as a bar. Oh, that's the unconnected one. Does it sound like moose when I say mouse? A mouse? I know sometimes I talk with an accent. What, a moose chewing something? What is that, out on the sugar bush? Yeah, that should still work. And then you got a path of ground getting around, although granted, let's say add power to that trace, probably not. And the position of these will probably change, but run traces for now, just to kind of get a feel for how everything's going to fit. Whoa, change the width on that. Nope, there we go. So the fun task. Let's see if I can't set up a layout that would work. Nah. See, I don't normally keep the C for the name, and I just save the value. And then resistor packs, I normally just keep the name because I'm almost always using 10K exclusively. And then if I kept the C for a capacitor but no value, then it was 100. And I think this design only uses the 100 nanofarads, so I could probably get away with that. But it's definitely a lot of values for the resistors, so I might keep it. The resistor values at least, and maybe keep the names. I don't know, we'll have to see how much space there is for silkscreen. What are the address pins? Address pens are over here. Oh, I think I may have found my first thing to change. It's probably going to be this reset line. Yep. Okay. Schematic. Right here. Wonder if that would work. Haha, that works. Awesome. That saves me so much time. Eagle, that would have been a pain. You would have had to redo all those wires to move that and make it look nice. Let's change this grid again. I don't need this fine point grid anymore. Normally place posts on a 0.5 millimeter grid unless I'm really trying to save space, then I'll switch back to a small grid. Wow, went into some hardcore dubstep techno. Oof. Not today. Nope. And yeah, there's resistor network for it. Oh, goodness gracious. I already found another thing I'm gonna have to change. Oh, I haven't changed the value on that one yet. That one's 10K. But the other thing that has to change is the pens, because if I move it to a suitable position, actually, let's see here. Rotate. Actually, I can do it this way. Yeah, okay, cool. Nope. But I need to bring it back in line. Update PCB, close. And silk screen. So these tracks don't need to be large, so let's go 16. Connect to there. And then with this, this is why I like this size of resistor array, is it pushes the limits of my ability to solder, but well, sometimes if you get too much paste, it's easy to get solder balls in them, so you have to hot air them off the board and clean them up and then re-put them down. It's not too bad, but could be nicer. And then VCC, I'm gonna use a larger track simply because I can. But what I can do is connect. I wonder if I can actually get a larger track in there. Haha, I can. There. Yeah. Well, I can't do the entire board with hand soldering, Scott. I've been doing it forever. I just don't have a good way of doing solder pasting, so That's normally why I run into issues. Oh, I know why I'm having issues with this. Let's change the grid. I've gotten better with solder pasting, and I'm sure over time I'll get better and better. There we go. And then ground plane can easily access these ground pins for pull downs on the address pins, and you're left with a very simple way of turning things on and off, and a compact way of doing it. These pads aren't used. If those pads aren't used, I wonder... Trying to think if I can slim it down. By rotating this diode 90 degrees. Wait, what? Oh, really? Placing text on text. I'm so building my own libraries for some of these parts. Okay, so here's the first thing. So if I move this over, I still need to clear those ports. There. That can work. Ah. There we go. Now what I should be able to do... There. Now, should to do that. Yeah. Now it uses even less space on a circuit board. And then all I have to worry about is the pull-ups. Oh, right. I still have capacitor. I think it goes on. Yeah. Oh, hope I caught that one in time. Right. Don't need that visible. But that can switch to silkscreen. Normally, I like text to be in line. Let's see here. That's a nice compact design for it all. No, I wouldn't. I can place them both at the same time. Remember, Scott, I'm not hand soldering any of this. Other than stuff that is THT. So I put the solder paste over it, place it on top, place all the components, put them in the oven. So I don't have to worry about that. And if I had to rip this off, I have my hot air station and flux. Flux is your friend. I design for my assembly process, not for how easy it is to hand solder it. I'd be here forever trying to do that. There we go. Now where's our power? And ground. Ah, there it is. Let me see. DigiKey. The one I grabbed was... So it's the series of in that size MOSFET that I really like is the 3400, which is the 3400 is the N channel version. The 3401 is the P channel version. And then I have the DigiKey number, plus there's the one from LCSC here. But almost all of them have the same spec and that family. Ah, what a lovely compact design. Love a good design. Yep, I think so. Just swap that transistor for an N channel and you're good to go. Nice, simple, compact design. I'm gonna leave these resistor packs for when I start wiring ports, because then I can figure out where I want to run all the pull-ups for it. So I'm gonna try and find a more economical board space to fit them. Oh, wrong package. Ah. No, not what I wanted to do. The other thing I need to fix is this. Ah, much better. Now you can make it ultra compact. Yeah, probably. think I'm too far over. Yeah, I am. Man, that zoom is very sensitive. If I accidentally hit the button. Ooh. Not even tired. My goodness. Not bad, not bad at all. Now, I'm curious, if I had deleted this assembly and simply copy and pasted this, could I relink it if it was unnamed and re-annotate it to match this without having to remove all the parts? Because if I could do that for something like this, I could do it once and then copy and paste it the 7 more times instead of doing it 8 times in total. That'd be nice. Oh my, this is gonna be fun. So pin 27 can be rotated. Now, that makes it so much easier. And then 4, 5 can be rotated. There. Now, that goes to that pen. That goes to there. To there. So I'm thinking. Best bet is probably and then switch I'm still trying to use keyboard shortcuts for Eagle. No wonder it isn't working. Now the hard one seems to be... I'm definitely going to have to use vias because 5, 6, 10, and 8 are all connected to each other. I want to keep wires compact best I can. There we go. And then I think if I switch 1 and 8, and then what I can do is run track from here through to there, and then run this up to there. This chip? Probably. I could probably fit one there at least. And I'm sure if I move that track a bit. What size is it auto using for the VIA? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that VIA can be made smaller. Let's see if I can find properly sized VIA. Close, predefined sizes. VIA size 29.77953. 13.77953. That is a common size I use. There we go. Didn't really change much. It's a very small amount. Yeah, but that could fit there. And then let's change the grid. Guess that'll work. A little closer than I'd want. Actually. There we go. Woohoo! They're equal. Come on. Ooh, yes. What a nice, compact design. Well, still have parts to add to it, but it's coming out good so far. Now, this goes to VDD and Sense. So I can put it there. One jump. And then netpad 03. I think is that over here. No. Yes. That wants to connect up over there. Now these tracks are quite large. These are 16 mils. So I'm betting I can drop them. So I can probably change that size and pass track underneath it. Sense to ground and VDD to ground. Well, actually, this has to go from O3 pat 1 to ground. Aha! Even better. I can actually move it right here. Now, yep, bingo. See, I like trying to use the maximum size track that I can fit in a given area. So this way, it means that I don't have to worry about trying to do weird things with these tracks to make everything fit. And realizing better way to run that track for saving space is actually going to be to run it behind. Run it like that, and then this one. And the reason being is trying to get a track to go through here. It's not the greatest slot to do it, especially when trying to get that track in place. Now you kind of run out of room. I'm sure if I decrease track size I could fit it, but I don't need to, so why do so? What? Why? Don't. There we go. Okay, cool. There. Ta-da! And then this one simply needs to come around to here. And then this capacitor goes from the sense to ground. So the easiest spot to fit it will be right over here. Why would I rotate this 180 degrees? It has to go to VDD and sense. This way it doesn't have to link to anything. You don't save any track space by rotating it. It's a good thought. No, I wish it could be rotated and you could save some space, but you really can't. No worries. Really shouldn't be placing that track in because I'm going to use a ground fill anyways. There we go. Now, it would really suck to have to just do that 8 times over. I'm tempted, saving it first, tempted to just delete these, copy it, and see if it will annotate. Let's try 1 for now. If I copy, I kept all the names. Tools, update. No, it just wants to bring back the old parts. So, tools. Seems like the only way it's gonna do it is if I rename everything. Ah. Oh, that didn't work. If I could break the annotation on this. No. So I can create an array with a whole whack of them, but the issue comes renaming it all. Oh wait, U2, U3. Wait, it did rename it? Wait a minute. Tools. True graphical reannotate. Reannotate PCB. Okay. That changes the U3. Close. Tools. No, that's complaining about literally everything. Update PCB from schematic. Update. Let's see. Special tools. Create an array. Horizontal count. 2. No. 2 on the vertical. Horizontally. We need 4. Spacing. Let's do 1,000, which is probably ridiculous. Okay. Ooh, and that works. I figured it out, Scott. Oh, yeah. Would you look at that? That works. Okay, delete. Let's delete all these parts. So I can do an array, which automatically should copy over the numbers. So we select that, special tools, create an array, 4x2 because we're having 8 in total. This saves me so much time, and I could have done the same thing with the MCP array, but doesn't need to be that far apart. Let's try 750, 750. Oh, and the same can be done for a circular array. So if you're doing an LED circle, ooh, handy, handy. Yeah. Now the only thing I'm gonna have to change let's see, so tools, update PCB from schematic. Nope, it's not gonna work. Oh no. Why? What? So the problem is all these pins are the same designated from the original chip, but it changed the chip number. And then if I try to go to the schematic and tell the schematic to pull the PCB view, it's just gonna change all the pins out. So no, this doesn't work. Down. Looks like people have been trying to make plugins to do it. But then I have to download a bunch of stuff and figure out how to use it. Weird. There's almost zero way to link the two without doing it all manually one way or another, because it wants to copy over all the pins numbers. So unless you delete these items but save these labels. Morning, Dodgy. Yeah. Oh. Well, at least know how to put it all together. So here goes the fun of editing everything. Do. This is silly. Trying to edit all these. Oh my. Yeah, know what? I'm gonna take a plunge at testing, because trying to do all of this seems absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so special tools, create an array, 500, 750, okay. Save that, go back over to here, and the only thing I need to save are these labels. And then delete, delete. Can I make an array out of this? No, I can't. Okay. So save that. Tools. Update schematic from PCB. Arrows. Okay. So it does want those parts. Tools. Update schematic from PCB. Update. Close. So did that work? Oh, that actually worked! Oh my goodness! That worked. I was expecting it to freak out and want me to change all these labels. But it worked. Huh. Okay, never mind then. Woohoo! No poop emoji now, Scott. Woohoo! I was expecting it to freak out and not re-update these pinouts. Although I do notice one flaw. I hate the names on these. So it goes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Rather annoyingly. Because if you try to match port numbers. Should rename those. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to think what's a good designator. Like what do you preface it with? That isn't long. Because you don't want to make the silk screen massive. Can't be C because that's what you use on a capacitor. IC might work, but it's a little longer than I'd want. Yeah. I might just use P. Yeah, no worries, Scott. Goodness knows my streams are long. Oops, those are the wrong numbers. I'll have to change those. And the reason I want to change all of these to have nice numbering is it matches all the ports, so that if you go in and try to troubleshoot something, it makes it easier because part numbers tend to line up. So like fuse, the first fuse is on port 1, so it's TH1, and so on and so forth. GH. That's a terrible naming scheme, but whatever. And the MOSFETs will do the same thing. Q1 will be on port 1. I like to try and align certain main components so that if you're trying to troubleshoot something, you can be like, it's this IC, and know where to look on a schematic faster. I think it makes it easier figuring out what's connected to what when things can align if you can. At least have a better reference point to find something on a schematic. If it's a part near a major part, then you can find it faster. And that end should be able to come into here. Tools, update PCB from schematic. Done. Now, the task is how to position things to connect them. Put it on the bottom layer. And then our sense is here. So one should probably be closer, and then where's for this? You can come that way. Yeah. So you put port 1 here. Over here really is. Let's go back to millimeters. .34 by 85. There. Gives you a little space around the connector. Start with that as my start point, and then let's grab port 2. Let's grab the center of that and flip it. So, what would happen is, switch back to mills. Oh, no. Let's use a thicker track just to ensure signal integrity. Connect that. And then, actually, yeah, let's do this. That goes to there, and then I already knew these fuses would have to change, but it just further shows that I'm right. You know what? I'm going to move them completely out of my way for now, until I have the power circuit ready to actually go in place. Leave the bigger traces in place in some spots because it'll help me move the chips around. Especially in this corner over here. There's that one. Okay, next. That looks good. Wait, why is this capacitor think it's supposed to go to sense? It's not. It's supposed to be to ground. Oh, I know why. The value is wrong. It's supposed to be 12K. This one is not showing 12K. Either it's that one or that one. But all of these ones are showing the correct value. 12K, 4.7. R9. R10. Wait, whoa. What in the world? Hold on here. That's doing something real funky. So. P4, O10, right here. Yeah. This resistor is on P3. What? Like, what? So something got screwed when I did that array trick. So that means gonna have to move it over. So this was the original, was this ground reference here. So, and then that one worked on P2, but when you go to P, which one? P3? It's okay, that's correct. So P3 and then P4. What? Is using P3's 12K? What? Really? Okay. Oh my goodness. That's right. All these 12Ks are in the wrong spot. Let's see, this one's got more than one. I think the thing to do is just going to be to move them. Okay, let's see if this works. Haha, there we go. Now they're going to the right spots. It's a weird error, that was for sure. Now the only thing that isn't wired on these that will probably change their placement down the line is going to be power and the fact that 4 signals have to go to these, to the MCPs. But the hard part is getting routing from these side ones to these ports. Just why I'm trying to keep things compact. But you have to start placing somewhere and work your way around it. This is the hard part, is you have this sense wire that you have to get to here. And if you try to come down and around, you're stuck by this power lead. Unless you block off this ground connection, which I don't want to. The more ground points you can create, the better. But if I come up and around, I could potentially do it as multiple vias. Yeah. I think I'll have to do that. So let's go back to this. What in the world? Oh, it changed out some of my capacitors too. Oh. I'll have to fix that. Apparently it wants a bunch of these capacitors in the wrong spot. C11. So that's in the right spot. Which that one is in the wrong spot. Okay, so it's these. Oops. And then these. Weird, it swapped both those capacitors and the resistors on those groups. Gotta remember, shift is the multi-select. There. Save that. F8 brings them in line. There we go. Wait, what? Why is Sense 4 all the way over there now? What? Seriously? Oh my goodness. So it's 3, 5, 7. So these two resistors seem to be in the wrong spots, or capacitors. C20 and C12 are backwards. Oh yeah, they are. Oh, and I think I know why. I think it's when I mute it horizontally. Did it do the same thing up here? Yeah, it did. It muted it horizontally against the center part. Yeah. Bring it in line. There we go. No erroneous links. This is the one curious with how to do. Really don't want to isolate that ground. If I do it like this. Can do that and at least connect the grounds all together. And looks like there might be enough space to do that. and then PTCs can go in place, along with switching circuitry for these lines when needed. And that can be hidden. That can be hidden. Oh. Lock footprint. Oh, I don't actually have anything set up for affiliate stuff. I just got a basic stainless steel straw from Amazon. I think it came as like a 6-pack, 3 with the 45-degree bend, and then 3 straight, and straws. Not straws. The pipe cleaners for them. Yeah, part of the reason I have them is, according to my dentist, it's better to use a straw, especially with things that are sugary or bad for your teeth. It helps them not be around your teeth as much because you're just sucking straight back. If that makes any sense. Did that boat finally make it in there, Ben? Finally get itself ashore? Or a port, so to speak? Nice. Good to hear. Hopefully it can all be offloaded safely and in time for availability for the crew to come out. So the next fun challenge is that each of these chips has 4 lines. Thankfully they're on the end, which will make it a little easier. But these 4 pins have to go to spots on an MCP. And then fitting the pull-ups for it. So, let's see here. Port 1 is on the right hand side here. So I'm thinking rotating it. And the fact that the pins are way up there. So, like so. Nope. Should be the same firmware you're using for regular security sensors. It's the same pinout. Just now you have RJ45s that are correctly set up for everything. Should be the same firmware. Just the only difference is eventually what you'll be able to do is you could mix and match one of these ports, a security 8 port with an LSC 8 port, or multiple LS8C ports, or multiple security 8C ports, but it should all be the same firmware. Maybe add an option in the firmware to say how many ports. Correct. Oh man, another structure fire. Oof. Getting lots of fires these days, my goodness. We had a whole, well, a part of a subdivision go up in smoke the other day. Yeah. Yup, definitely putting in some thought to hardware design. And this is how the LSC, in my opinion, should have been done in the first place, because at least this way you can just plop them right next to each other and they take the same amount of space. And the way I've done the edging on this is I've accounted for manufacturing. So there's enough space that you should still have some slight wiggle room when placing boards next to each other, but making sure that they actually fit nicely. Now, I'm going to pull up the spec sheet for the MCP and confirm that that pinout is right. Yeah, who wants an MCP for $23? Yeah, I think a project I might put on my to-do list is making a small miniature module that is probably the same size, if not slightly larger than an MCP. But has like a probably not, because you're either gonna use a security motion sensor or just like a reed switch or toggle switch of some sort on a doorway or something. So you're probably using stuff that's existing. Or you go to the extent Ben has, where his doors and windows have all the sensors built into them. I hope they're replaceable, the type of sensors you have. Yeah, I don't think it's worth building sensors for it. Oh right, I was checking pinout. I think the pinout is wrong on this. I think it's a Kicad schematic error. Port A. Oh, no, it's right. No. Yep, no, it's right. Okay. Never mind. Almost all of them are that I've heard of or seen. I've designed this board so that you could put 24 volts to it, but I did confirm with Frank that the way the resistor divider works on these comparators is it will take the 24 volts, but you will not get the proper events triggered on it, so you couldn't actually use it. Won't blow up on you, you just won't get any events out of it, which is good. I'd rather have the safety margin there. But the LSC and the Rack 32, they will definitely be getting 24 volt revisions made to them. And then I'm thinking making a small board that has regulators on it, so you could easily break things out inside the rack for the various screw terminals that I'm putting on things, so that you're not running power through the IDC connections unnecessarily. So, it's okay on the 12 volts. It's, well, if you start pulling larger items and bigger LEDs, then it could become a problem, but I think the big problem is the 3 volt out of the Rack 32, which even with an upgraded regulator, putting all that strain on it doesn't seem necessary when you can use a $4 regulator. So you add all the parts and everything to it. Right. $21. Okay. Yep. That's right. So go to let's get these close and then see the best way to link everything. Let's change the grid. And then trying to keep these vias away from all my silk screen. Oh, it's doing these larger vias again. Preferences. Point of defining a. Ah, there we go. I have to go edit these all the time. And now that I've changed it up in the top menu, I shouldn't have to go and adjust it a million times over. Oh, right. Yeah. Well, there's one chip wired. No, there is not. No, you gotta do it manually. Honestly, like, I know, like, doing things by hand back in the day would kind of sucked, but I almost feel like for tedious stuff like this, it might have been faster in a way. It's like watching artists with a drawing tablet, because once they understand the tricks to it, they can do things really quickly, but even in Eagle, this stuff takes forever. I'm betting it's the, yeah. I don't know why this camera does it, but it gets weird with autofocus sometimes. If I can trigger autofocus again. Seems a little bit better. It's probably also my lighting right now. Not enough lights fully. Well, it's just the one that's behind the camera right now. But I mostly have the camera on just so that you know there's an actual person doing something. Yeah. And I've been gaining subscribers. Woohoo. I'm at like 130 something, I think, last I looked. Long ways to go before I can turn on any sort of analytics and AdSense and all that fun stuff. There's 2 ports wired. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Although granted, yeah, my increase of projects and workload and interest seems to have gained traction, so I'll take it. I never looked at any of this as being a get rich quick kind of thing, and I don't even really want to be the rich type, but being comfortable and not relying on the crap money you get from disability eventually would be nice. And just being able to continue working on things I enjoy doing, which is why I like picking and choosing my own projects. And that latest production run for you, Aaron, is apparently waiting for pickup. It's ready to ship out. Just have a tracking number, but it hasn't actually been given to the shipping company yet. And I can already see one thing I might fix in this design, and that is these two lines here. I might be able to run them on the inside of this, so that I'm not looping things around constantly. Big reason I might have to make that adjustment is when I go to try and run the power wires. Oh man, it's gonna make for one hell of a live stream. Let's put together 25 PoE assemblies. They're not too bad. The connector that goes from the shield to the screen, that is a 2mm pitch header. That header sucks to solder. Absolutely terrible. Actually, now that I think of it, there's 4 parts that go on the one side that are all THT. We got the PoE, which I don't even think the PoE regulators have left China yet. Still waiting on those. But you got the PoE, you got a terminal block, you got the 3-pin power select, and you have the Ethernet connector. And I'm thinking, to make it even easier on myself, I might make and 3D print a jig to hold all the parts. Then I can solder them all in one go. Because normally what I do is I try to hold one part, solder a pin, and put the next one in, or solder the multiple connections on it. But I think if I make a jig to hold all the parts at once, I can save myself a bit of time and hassle. The only thing that's still missing on these is the pull-ups, which are over here. I'll figure those out. I didn't want to place them right away if I didn't really have an idea where the best spot to fit them would be. And actually, these ones might be best to go down this way. I don't know. I might try and drop them down this way and mirror it. Adding power to this board is going to be a fun challenge. It's probably going to have to go up and down between layers. Maybe. Won't know until I design it. Oh, that goes to that one. And we can already see the first problem is we would hit that because of this line. Can I go this way? No, because the problem I would run into. So that means that I'm out of the way. Yeah, but the problem is you'd be out of order. So the problem you run into is if you try to go on the inside here to get down to the bottom, is unlike the this row where everything can go neatly in order, that's starting from the top. Now you're starting from the bottom going up, so all the lines are backwards. So ideally you want to go on the outside. which this is just the sense wire, so I can switch it around. Oh wait, no, it's still backwards. But I think it will be easier to manage. I think it'll have to be a combination of inside and outside. These ones, I think will have to be there. And these ones will have to be here. Then the sense wire can come around. That's 4 ports. Now, do I start the next MCP, or do I try to fit these pull-ups first? Thinking to do this first. And rotate. Can you actually see the lanterns from my current camera angle? I don't think you can. Yeah. Closer? Yeah, no, I didn't think you could, see what I was doing. What what it would give in terms of options. Fix that. Come on, here we go. Where is that? Yeah, I'm getting close. So I gotta run lines to these last 4 chips. The fuses have to go back in. Pull-ups, power selection, and then this stuff down here will be for another day because I'm waiting for parts to test. Nope. Existing software already exists for this. You can either use regular state monitor software, or I think we have dedicated security software. But considering I'm designing this to be modular, it's very possible you may want to use state monitor. You just have to tell it which ports are security-based ports, which on this would be all 8 ports, but if you use multiple boards, then you have to tell it, because it will auto-identify the MCPs. But theoretically, there will be a revision of the what do you call it, LSC boards to match this same type of modular setup, which means that you'll have to tell it which ones are which type of connector. End of line monitoring. So if a device is being tampered with, or a cable comes disconnected for whatever reason, you know that there's something wrong with the sensor or the cable. So motion sensor, door sensor, window sensor. That's your typical application for it. Yes. Yes, you can use a regular reed switch. But the LSC node does not have the capability of knowing if the cable is tampered with or whatever. Or if there's a short of the cable, or if you're using a motion sensor that has built-in tamper switch on the internals, for if somebody tries to open the case for whatever reason, you try to essentially tamper with the sensor, you wouldn't have a way of reading that under normal circumstances. Here's the relevant OXRS dock for security sensors. I can probably give you some more info. Well, in this case, we could theoretically do 2 sensors, but I would have to double up on the comparators. So, oh, sorry, no, we couldn't, because then you'd have more comparators, but then you'd also have more MCPs, which means less ports overall. So it's just better off 1 sensor per cable, but you get all of the end of line stuff to ensure that things are working as you want them to, which you'll have sensors that you may deem critical. For a switch, just a regular on-off switch to detect shorts and stuff, you'd have to have end-of-line resistors in place. There's a schematic on OXRS diode that I linked. And then there's sensors, IC chips on this board that I'm designing, and that's what gives it the ability to know when there's a problem. Correct. It does make the system more foolproof. Oh yeah, smoke alarm would be the good one. and I actually have a few smoke alarms I'm testing out on my end, and I actually want to reach out to one of the main companies that make smoke alarms in my area and suggest they make changes to their existing design, because it's nice, but if you wire it up to the whole home, any alarm sets the whole thing off, but then you can't tell which alarm set it off. There's no way to remotely hush it, nothing. Yes, it costs more per port. So each port supports one sensor, whereas with an LSC, you only get four buttons or switches on a wire. You just don't get the extra peace of mind that it is working and that it's still connected to whatever it's connected to properly. As for the smoke alarms you have, I think legally, I think I'm allowed to use them here, but I'd have to import them. The issue is I'd only be able to use them if I were wiring them into the house and did it custom, because they're only, the ones you have only work on 230 volts, and our smoke alarms normally are only ever hooked up to 120. So I'd have to do it full custom, which doesn't work very well for me, because the ones I am putting in to test and to show off to my landlord are 110 volt ones that we already use in our house, but I want to add an extra module to the ones in the house so that I at least know from my room, if I got my headphones on, that the ones in the main house are going off. Yeah. Granted, right now, the main reason they go off is because someone's cooking, but I would still like the heads up that they're going off. But I have to prove the system works. You could with transformers and stuff. Ooh, what a good idea, Ben, for the LVGL. We already have 230 in our houses. Just it's between split phases, and it's not common to run it other than for your dryer, stove, or electric car port in your garage. So you'd have to run it as an extra thing. So if I wanted to retrofit the house right now with those compatible smoke alarms that I think are far superior than what we currently have on our market, I'd be screwed. And the things that are compatible that are existing on the market are absolute pieces of junk. Half of them require a cloud account. The other half can't even connect to any sort of automation system. So it's useless, in my opinion. It's like, at least give me some good functions. Can't remote hush these things, can't do anything. Most of their wireless functionality is literally linking them to each other. This particular device I'm designing right now fits right in your rack case like an LSC does. Except I'm designing this to be a modular 8-port design. And then at some point I plan to either convince John to redo the LSC as a similar setup, or I'm probably going to beat him to it and give him the files and let him run with them if he wants to. It's my way of giving back in a way. Can't always donate monetarily, but I can help by doing design work. This is similar to like an alarm panel you would see in a commercial building. Those systems are set up so that it knows if a cable is broken or if a sensor is malfunctioning or whatever. This gives our system that same ability. At the point where you switches, yes, you would have to wire up some resistors. But James has a breakout for that to save you that hassle if you want to. But the schematic is on oxrs.io, and I linked it already. Yep, we just have to... One of my plans is to reach out to the manufacturer for these MCPs and see what we can't do about getting more of them, because I think we do a few more live streams with John and show off the work that's been done or is being done, and I think we can drum up interest in it. Maybe not so much in these devices overall, unless you're doing yes, yeah, Frank is the mastermind behind the idea. I'm gonna leave that. That's all 8 ports, and then just need this sense wire right here. Let's see. I'm gonna upgrade it, make it thicker. Not that it's gonna matter as much, just because of how close everything is. But I do have the ability to make it larger, so I might as well. fun part's gonna be these fuses. Yeah, trying to make something more compact if you're running more than just like 1 or 2 sensors kind of thing, and making something that's more manufacturable, because it'd take a while to continuously build the modules Frank made. They're good for testing and good for playing around with something, but not so great if you want to build out an entire house. Correct. So this chip here, if I go to the schematic, is this. It's a LM339 comparator chip. So it's got a massive voltage divider, and it's comparing voltages, and that's what tells it if something's wrong. What a good drum line. And guitar. Now, 5 hours to do this. I'd say that is not bad for timing. Right, I wanted to try and run those sense wires. I'm listening to a cover of One, Metallica. It's just a YouTube playlist that's just playing. The resistor set the voltage that you're looking for. Let's see if I can go 32 on that. Can I go larger? Probably not as large as 48 now. 32 is way more than a thick enough track. Oh, it wasn't doing 32 before. It was doing something else. So 32 is too large. Let's try 24. Yeah, that's what it was doing. No, it was probably doing 16 before. But this will work. Much better. There we go. No, this is its own device. So this is exactly like an LSE. It already has the MCPs on board. So it just plugs directly into this, and then this goes to a rack 32. What in the world did it do here? There we go. Correct. And I can already see one thing I'll have to change, which is I will have to move these around later when I need to get the power wires in place. But at least I have a way of doing it all. As long as I get a pathway out up through here, which this might have to move over to maintain access through here, but yeah, so what I want to do is I want to take John's LSC design and match this PCB cutout that I've already done. That way his LSC can match being modular. So instead of John having to stock an 8-port, 16-port, 32-port, or 24, 32, he'd stock 1 port, which is 8 ports. And then if somebody wants more than 1 port, they can stick them in a rack right next to each other, but they would take up the same amount of space needed. Because right now, if you took 2 8 ports of John's and stuck them side by side, it'd take up more space than if you just bought the 16-port board. Trying to cut that out of the mix and make it modular. By making it modular, there's less things to stock and keep track of, and it's just better. And the one function I'll add is the PTC fuses, so that you have some safety protection. And I'll also be adding in the terminal blocks. So instead of relying on the rack 32 powering through the IDC connection, you can use extra connections. Oh, Johnny, I'll be at this for a while. What do you call it? Yeah, I'll get most done tonight, but it's the power switching stuff that we'll have to wait for another day. One sensor per cable, dodgy. So you go from 4 to 1. Johnny measuring current. Yeah, I like the INA lineup. But yeah, pretty much all the chips are on Unitanium. The 260 is good because everything's built into it, and it goes up to I think 15 amps. And then you have the INA 216, which is good for other things. The issue is if you try to start taking the 219 or the 216 into higher current ranges, because its default I think is 3.2, you start losing resolution when compared to the 260. But if you're going more current than the 260, then obviously you need something with an external sense resistor, but you're still losing resolution. But the 216 I think you can get far easier than the 260 right now, but the slightly less tolerance 216 is what's available, and it's not bad. It's like a temperature differential thing. And I have yet to notice a difference between the two of them. I'm not running them in a harsh enough environment to ever notice. And then the other lineup I like is the ACS lineup, and it's an analog chip. So you need an ADC to measure its output. They're good, but again, it's also having stocking issues. More than one channel? Not that I've seen, no. There we go. That's all your sensors wired up. Now, comes down to Getting the pull-up resistors in place. Now the extra fun task. Have to fit all of these into place. Oh. Nope, conventional rack 32. So, I already have fun task, which is flip a bunch of these. Resistor arrays in the schematic so that they'll work. Oh, the RN3 whatnot. Yeah, for some things I leave them out. For other things I leave them in, like the diode. I'm leaving that in because that's helping mark where the diode is facing. Capacitor, only putting the value there. I have resistors on this. I'm only keeping the value. The IC chip, I've numbered them to match what port they're connected to, and then I've written the name of the chip, which is the LM339. MCP, keeping it just so you know, and it's got its designator, so 1 and 2. So if somebody has an issue with the board, they can tell me, and it's very easy for me to figure it out. Same with the switches, and then also type that it is, but I'll probably end up removing that, to be honest. Right now you could run this board with another board. The no, actually, Aaron. You could use the regular state monitor firmware to run both LSC and this module, but I believe we have a dedicated security firmware so that you don't have to go in and tell it which ports you're using what on. So, yeah. Nothing needs to change in firmware. Hey, and a Men in Tech. Woohoo! I do the long live streams. Pretty good. This is what I've done in the past 6 hours. Yeah, I do long live streams. To show off. To kind of give an overview of what it takes to do some of the work that I tend to get into, and I have some upcoming projects that are going to be massive projects, and those are going to be fun because they're going to be thousands of hours worth of work into them. Nah, maybe not thousands, but lots. No, today's stream has been strictly the PCB. Yesterday's stream, which was like 9 hours, was the PCB, or the schematic, I should say. Trying to think, even if I put vias, these are gonna have to be on the other side. So these are going to be on the other side. Oh, that'd be, yeah. That was something that always drove me nuts in Eagle. Right now I'm just doing general placing, so it's not an issue. And I'm used to seeing things multi-dimensional, so it doesn't bug me too much. The big thing I need is positioning. What? No, you can't. I swear I've tried to do it in Eagle and it's never worked. An alarm would have to be done through Node-RED. Well, I have no plans to go back to Eagle anytime soon, so... Oops. In my case, I use the mqtt events to trigger my tower controller, and the tower controller does have an option of a buzzer being wired to it, but I do not use it. And then with Home Assistant, I can trigger my cell phone, which is what happens with my doorbell currently, because I still need more stuff. Yeah, see, I love... Well, I don't love it. I like Fusion 360 as well for designing stuff. But my education license expired, and I have no intention of paying $700 a year to run Fusion, which then gives you Eagle. And I like open sourcing all of my projects, so I figured, yeah. Right now we do not have auto discovery. There's too many variances with some of our stuff that auto discovery wouldn't work very well. You would have to link things via Node-RED, which is what I've done for a lot of things, switches and stuff. I can view statuses, and for light bulbs. It's OXRS is a bit harder to come up with an auto discovery sketch for it that would work properly and consistently. .58, 50.2. So $50.5. And that's 45? 46. Yes. Yeah, it would probably be better to have it as an HA component, because then you could code a lot more into it. Yeah, I think Home Assistant has gotten more stuff built into it and has gained traction among larger groups. So, yeah. Okay, let's see if I can get this to work. Whoa. What the heck was that? What? Oh, I know why. It's because I'm trying to tell it to use an absurdly large track. And it can't fit. Actually, you know what? I like things being on the grid. Yeah, that's what I want. I think. Let's move that back. And then let's do these traces. Oh, hello, Greg. Part of the problem with putting OXRS into Home Assistant is, one, it probably would be better as an add-on into what do you call it, Home Assistant, rather than being built into the OXRS firmware, is that you'd have to find a way to utilize the JSON schema, because otherwise you'd be sitting there fiddling with the thing. And then the other problem is, if you're using the switches, you have to have a way of configuring Home Assistant to know the different types of options, especially with the LSC, where you could be running switches, you could be running a rotary encoder. Like, there's so much that would be configurable. You have to find a way to allow you to do that. So I don't think it's a very simple thing to add in terms of how OXRS devices work. Something like my LED controller? Sure, that'd be fairly straightforward. Somewhat. We've had issues setting up an LED bulb in the way Home Assistant likes doing payloads is absolute junk. You change one setting and that's the only thing it tells you. So then when you try to re-inject it through mqtt to try and adjust things manually, you're wondering why it's not working. Well, it's because it's missing data from the payload. Took me forever to figure that out. I still haven't gotten everything working the way I want it to. So, yeah. It'll be a down the line thing for stuff like that. Probably gets its implementation. Yeah, it would have to be a plug-in. Would totally have to be a plug-in. Yes, we do, Johnny. Ooh, Discord. Who's chit-chatting? Heat pumps, as if they were common. Sadly, a lot of AC, at least in my area, a lot of AC installers still give the terrible answer of, "Oh, that's never gonna work." Okay then. So, yeah. I know, I think a town in Italy did a huge rebate thing. Got everyone to switch their stuff to more friendly equipment, and it made a huge difference. Yeah, gotta get lots of these pull-up resistors in place. And I'm also trying to make these vias look nice. Plus, I think this is one of my most active live streams yet. I have an audience. Which is cool. Very cool indeed. Yes. Yes, the white dots are vias. Lets you go from one side of the board to the other. So all these, the parts that are blue on the opposite layer. The red is the top layer. And the zoom is so sensitive. You know what? Why I did the vias on this side is a lot nicer because they're spaced out further. Gonna work. I'm gonna run out of space. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting close to the text. Nope. Close together it is. Wait a minute. These ones are backwards. Yeah, I look forward to some capitalistic pigs getting what's coming for them. Oh, gotta rotate this one too. It's a good saying, Aaron, but I always prefer the 6 P's. Piss poor planning equals piss poor performance. Always been a fan of that one. The big thing I find is some people don't know how to fail. And I think that's something people need to be capable of doing. And then being able to learn from said failure. Always expecting to succeed sets you up for, I think, for some bad emotions. I've actually had good luck when it comes to designing these circuit boards. Not very often I have to send one for another refab. Ooh, what a nice setup. And I'll actually be able to smoosh it down so that I'm not getting the whole 100 millimeters. Yeah, Scott has the same feeling. Rev 3 tends to be the good one. Oh no! Getting the stencil. Ooh. Yeah, that'll cause some problems. Gonna have to do some changes to that. Honestly, depending on what you're trying to solder or do, I'd probably be trying to hot air it and just smoosh some solder or get a solder what do you call it? Syringe. Yeah, I feel bad for you, Aaron, but I'm sure the space will look great and be worth it in the end. Oh, fully. Why the hell is that not snapped to the foot? There we go. Nope, that's too close. More projects is always the answer. The what thing? Is that like size 45? What do you mean? I'm totally lost, Johnny. Oh, okay, there has to be a way to move these nicely. Because the fact they're not linked and don't move nicely is so annoying. Like, see? Like, that is ridiculous. Oh well, because I'll delete and move. Oh. Make that work? What would that put? Let's... So that knocks 10 millimeters off the board if I get to where my cursor is. Oh yeah, I've done Control-C quite a few dozen times for things. Oh. Mathematics. So far, it's looking like I can get even more space out of this. Yeah. So that's 1, 2. That's 3 millimeters. I'll take it. Wait a minute. This doesn't look right. No, that definitely isn't right. Why is VCC reset? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's a pull up for reset. Man. So the normal standoffs we've been using on rack cases is 5 millimeters. So there's lots of space to put parts on the backside of this board. At least the parts that I have put. The surface mount resistor packs are less height than the LM comparators will be. And the LM comparators I think are 1.7 millimeters thick, which is more than enough space. Oh, to shrink the board? Oh, not a problem either way. Just, I got a maximum of 100 millimeters here. So from the front of this line here to here is 100 millimeters. And yeah, I figured depth of case eventually. But I like sticking, especially for a 2-layer board, I like sticking to a maximum of 100 by 100. So this is my max line, but if I can make it smaller, why not? But I also still have to fit the terminal blocks and stuff, so I'll probably use some of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's weird because even if you went longer on the length but weren't using the full 100 by 100 width, you still end up paying extra. And rather annoyingly too. So it's one of those things where you always have to watch how you're designing something if you're trying to save a few pennies here and there. This board will support 8. Aaron is correct. For these boards in a rack case. 32 ports total. Oh, really? I'm just silly. On 2 different layers, I don't need to separate them like I was doing. Yeah, see, I don't like the idea that you would take an LSC port and try to split it to multiple destinations. I think you'd be setting yourself up for more complications than it's worth, because then you have to track all those changes, you have to track where all those wires go, and it's just... yeah. There we go. The only thing now is these power pins and then the dip switches once I can test the MOSFET design. But that will be a different day. I'll probably do that all at the same time, just so I'm not double doing work, because I know trying to run the power lines is going to be fun. Yeah, I'll have to probably redo these sense lines too. So I have to figure out where to fit 2 of these. Oh, I'll run DRC. I always run it a few times once I'm done the design. But right now it's not worth running it. Yeah. Just over 7 hours. That's not bad. 7 hours for a good bulk of the board to be done. So, yeah. So, yeah. Unless anyone's got any questions, I think I'm gonna end it here. Not until I can get parts. Because the reason I'm designing it now is because a few people do want to buy it. But the people that want to buy it, and the reason why I'm designing it, means it's already sold. So I do not have parts. So I can't sell more. But it would essentially be available as soon as the design is done and tested. But by the time it's done and tested, there won't be no more parts available, which means it will not be available to buy until parts are available, which I think there's supposed to be parts available come December, but I'll have to double check and keep track of it. And it's why I want to try and build an alternative to this MCP chip. Thinking the easiest way to do it is to design a small circuit board that can fit right on top in the same footprint as an MCP, but use some sort of microcontroller. I think the Teeny60 was pointed out to me yesterday as a possible idea, and then just program it to act like an MCP. But yeah, fun thing. Let's see. I take this switch. Try moving it. So it needs 8 lines on it. Man. Is it 8 lines? Because you control. Oh no, you're 4, so you got power. Oh, it goes to ground. Right. So maybe I can move it off to the sides here. That would work, because then I can still pass the lines through, and then the 4 that I needed to power MOSFETs, and then the power can come through here, but I'll probably move the resistor packs over so that I can get a nice big VDD power line, 12 volt power line in through here to the ports. Oh no, so it would I like the MCP as well, because it's nice, but the problem is it's had very serious stock quantity issues. So if I design something, what I want to do is design literally another circuit board that fits on top in the spot of an MCP, but stick a microcontroller on it, and that microcontroller I could reprogram to mimic the exact commands of an MCP, and thus it would essentially be a drop-in replacement. Code and everything could remain the same. But with these switches, yeah, bring in power from above, set up the MOSFETs, play around with these sense wires. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Fun. Definitely gonna be a challenge, especially with the resistors. But yeah, think that's everything. So cheers, folks.